Hi, Patrick. I need to work on this keyboard sound when you get a chance. You can't really hear. As it always is with keyboard players. Hi. Huh? Yeah. Huh? Okay, tell me your name again. Yeah. When does that happen? Right in the start of things? Oh, I just can't hear myself, and I don't know if I'm out there. Well, I didn't sing yet, but my keyboard. Well, can we do it with the? Can you guys hear it again? Because that's the only reason why I can't hear it. All right, we'll just sway. I'm in the middle. Do you want me to boost? Mm-hmm. Want me to two. Think it's low? Can we just boost the piano a little bit on the monitor? The keyboard? Up. Touch more a little bit. Yeah, because when they rev up, I can't hear it. Sorry. It's about the same, isn't it? Oh, you're boosting my mic, which is not so bad either. That's fine. That's fine. Do you need it? It's gonna be in my. I wouldn't. I don't know. Pick one.
Hey, two. All right. Yep.
Let it go. This is still a sound check, yeah? All right, so we're gonna sound check, let it go. Okay.
Check.
Yeah, ready, Dave? We're gonna do let it go. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a pickup to, and we're gonna go, let it go, right, okay? So we're gonna go, ready everyone? We're gonna go, 1, 2, 3. Let it go, let it go. I'm one with the wind and sky. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. Here I stand. let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. All right, cool. Thanks. We're gonna send them off. We're gonna play before the ceremony. tried to make me go to rehab, but I said no, no, no. Yes, I've been black, but when I come back, you'll know, no, no. I don't ever wanna drink again. I just need a friend. I'm not gonna spend 10 weeks. Have everyone think I'm a man. It's not just my pride. It's just these tears have dry. Yeah, they try to make me go to rehab, but I said no, no, no. Yes, I've been black, but when I come back, you know, no, no. 'Cause I ain't got the time, and if my daddy thinks I'm fine, he tried to make me go to rehab, but I won't go, go, go. Thank you. Hey, Chris. Oh my Lord. Shadows grow so long before my eyes, and they're moving across the bay. Suddenly the day turns into night, far away from the city. But don't, no, hesitate, 'cause our love just won't wait. Oh, baby, I love you way every day, yeah, yeah. I wanna tell you I love you way, yeah, yeah. I wanna be with you night and day, yeah. Oh, baby, I love you way. Moon appears to shine and light the skies. Clouds are stalking islands in the sun. I wish I could buy one out of season, but don't, no, 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 hesitate, 'cause your love just one way, yeah. Ooh, baby, I love you every day, yeah, yeah. I wanna tell you I love you every day, yeah, yeah. I wanna be with you night and day, every day. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, baby, I love you every day. I wanna tell you I love you every day. Oh, oh, oh. I wanna be with you night and day. Ooh, baby, I love you every day. Oh, oh. Thank you. We're gonna blast on this one. It's nothing like the original. It's totally blast. Tire Maker. We totally just. It's nothing like the song. Basically rip the words. At least for me. Alright, I don't so much like the original. Alright, so we're not gonna move it that much. Yeah, because I thought you wanted to do it. Again, again. So we're gonna do. This one's, yeah. I just wanted to show them. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. You don't have to go. All those tears I cry, all those tears I cry, baby, please, oh, baby, please don't go. You know, when I read the letter you wrote me, it made me mad, mad, mad. When I read the words that you told me, it made me sad, sad, sad. But I still love you so, I can't let you go. I love you, ooh, baby, I love you. Oh, 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 every breath I take. Oh, no, no, every move I make. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, please don't go.
lost in a flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for the train, and I was feeling near as faded as my jeans. Bobby thumbed a diesel down just before it rained, and rode us all the way to New Orleans. I pulled my harpoon out my dirty red bandana, eyes playing soft while Bobby sang the blues, yeah. Windshield wipers snapping time, eyes holding Bobby's hand in mine. We sang every song that driver knew, yeah. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing, tell me nothing unless it's free. No, no, and the feeling good was easy, Lord, when he sang the blues. Feeling good was good enough for me, good enough for me and Bobby McGee. Kentucky coal mine to the California sun, there Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Through all the kinds of weather, through everything we've done, Bobby, baby, keep me from the cold.
Rachel Croft. Yay.
Thank you.
There you go. You give your hand to me, and then you say hello, and I can hardly speak. My heart is beating so, and anyone can tell. You think you know me well. Well, you don't know me. No, you don't know the one who dreams of you at night and longs to kiss your lips and longs to hold you tight. To you, I'm just a friend. That's all I've ever been, 'cause you don't know me. For I never knew the art of making love, though my heart aches with love for you. Afraid What? I don't know, wing it. Do you want me to start off? Yeah. You want me to just keep going? Yo, your mic is trash me out again. I was only having fun, wasn't hurting anyone, and we all enjoyed the weekend for a change. I was stranded in the combat zone. I walked through Bedford style, even rode my motorcycle in the rain. And you told me not to drive, but I made it home alive. So you said that only proves that I'm insane. You may be right, I may be crazy, oh, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the light, don't try to save me. You may be wrong for all I know, but you may be right. I remember how I found you there, alone in your electric chair. I told you dirty jokes until you smiled. You were lonely for a man, I said take me as I am, 'cause you might enjoy the weekend for a while. Now think of all the years you tried to find someone to satisfy you. I might be as crazy as you say. If I'm crazy, then it's true, and it's all because of you, and you wouldn't want me any other way. You may be right, I may be crazy, oh, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. It's too late to fight, it's too late to change me. You may be wrong for all I know, but you may be right. You may be right, I may be crazy, oh, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the light, don't try to save me. You may be wrong for all I know, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. Good, yeah. Good. like at school she can turn all the boys' heads. Oh, and sometimes on a Friday I'd stop by and have a few drinks after she put her kids to bed. Her and her cousin Bobby, well, they split up. I guess it's 2 years gone by now. We just sit around talking about the old time. She said when she feels like crying, she starts laughing, thinking about glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. I had a friend who was a big baseball player back in high school. Well, he could throw that speedball by a boy, make you look like a fool. Saw him the other night at this roadside bar. I was walking in and he was walking out. We went back inside, sat down, had a few drinks, but all he kept talking about was glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. Glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. Well, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. Yeah, they'll pass you by, glory days. In the wink of a young girl's eye, glory days, glory days. Sharp 4. Love and affection, God, you give so openly. I like the way you feel about your get excited. Want the whole wide world to see. Oh, oh, you got the best of my love. Oh, oh, you got the best of my love. Oh, oh, you got the lonely days are gone. My lonely days are gone. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel. You really turn me on, you really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, now knock me off of my feet. Lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel. You really turn me on, you really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, now knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. Come on, the way you make me feel. Really turn me on, really turn me on. Knock me off of my feet, you knock me off my feet. Lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel. You really turn me on, the way you make me feel. Knock me off of my feet now. Lonely days are gone. Hey. chance. I know y'all know this one. Let's do it. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Ah, you can do it very well. You're the best in the world, I can tell. Oh, shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Yeah. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Woo! Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Woo! Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Oh, baby, baby, let's get together on a hush, me and you, and do the thing, do the thing that we like to do. Hey, do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight, get down tonight. Woo, do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. Get down tonight. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Woo! Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Let's go, class of 2014. Let's go. Get on your feet and do some dancing. You're gonna be stuck in those seats for like 3 hours. Let's move it. Hey! There you go. Get on your feet. Let's see you get down. Let's go. Let's see, can we get y'all to sing along? Let's see if we can get you to sing along. All the words are get down, get down, get down tonight, babe. You got it? Get down, get down. Got it? Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, babe. Oh, that's no good. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. I can't hear you. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Woo! Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down tonight, baby. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Get the band in here. Here we go.
Thank you. You know, every year when we march in and I listen to that music and I realize this is not your typical college commencement music. It is, of course, because this is not your typical college. Thank you for Joe Ferry and the Big Ska Band. Joe Ferry on bass, Dana Mancuso on keyboard and vocal, Jerry Mitkowski, keyboard, Dave Lewitt, drums, Rachel Croft, vocals, Vinnie Nobley, trombone, Neil Spitzer, saxophone, Dan Cotman, guitar, and Juan Araglado on many things. Thank you. Now, would you please rise for the national anthem sung by Rachel Weishoff. Rachel is a 2014 candidate for the Bachelor of Music degree in voice performance from the Conservatory of Music. And we are thrilled that Rachel will be returning to Purchase College next fall to pursue her master's degree.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon, graduates of the class of 2014. Not officially yet. Parents, relatives, friends of the graduates, members of the faculty, staff, administration, and distinguished guests. I'm Thomas Schwartz, president of Purchase College, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 42nd annual commencement exercises. Joining me on the dais are dignitaries, friends of the college, members of our various foundation boards, our deans, directors, and chairs, our officers, and members of the college council. I will introduce at this time those members of the platform party who will not be introduced later in the ceremony. May I ask each as I introduce you to stand and to remain standing until all are introduced. I request that you hold your applause until all have been recognized. Member of the Purchase College Council, John Giacano, Acting Chair. Derek Gaskell, President, Purchase College Student Government, and 2013 recipient of the Chancellor's Award for Excellence. Trustees of the Purchase College Foundation, Lucille Werlinick, Chair, Ann Scheuer, Dory Kempner. Friends of the Newberger Museum, Helen Stamler Newberger, Chair. Professor Peggy DeCook, Presiding Officer of the Faculty, Chair of the College Senate. Keith Landa, Director of the Teaching, Learning, and Technology Center and University Faculty Senator. Patrick Callahan, Director of the Library. Harry McFadden, Director of the Performing Arts Center. Paola Morciani, Director of the Newberger Museum of Art. There are members from our outstanding faculty who will be retiring this year, and I want to recognize them for their long-term and long-lasting contributions and dedication to the college and its students. Two of our retirees are serving as faculty marshals, Professor Elise Craddock and Professor Donna Dennis. And one is our mace carrier, Professor Murray Zimmerles. The New York University State Police Color Guard, Police Officer Paul Fulshire, Police Officer Matthew Leach. College officers Dennis Craig, Vice President for Enrollment Management, Ernie Palmieri, Vice President for Student Affairs, Judy Nolan, Chief Financial Officer, Vice President of Operations. Now, please join me in welcoming all of the members of the Platform Party. A significant number of faculty and staff join us today for this celebration. Will they please stand and thank you, those faculty and staff who have guided this class. I also want to recognize those who are responsible for being able to actually operate the college, the custodians, the mechanics, the university police, the staff, the secretaries, and all of the people whose tireless efforts as support staff allow Purchase College to work. Thank you all. And with respect to today's festivities, I would like to thank Patricia Bice, Kelsey O'Brien, Keisha Martin, Patrick Savalskis, Christopher Holland, Mike Morrissey, Kimberly Cook, Richard Nassisi, Sandy Dilak, and Nancy Diaz, who have gone above and beyond to ensure that today's ceremony is memorable and gratifying and will go off without a hitch. And will the parents, families, and friends of the graduates also stand for appropriate recognition? And now, the degree candidates of 2014. Will you please rise and be recognized? And I think it's appropriate now that you all rise together and turn around and handshake and hug the persons near you, because you've all done it together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today, as you know, is graduation and commencement. And those terms are appropriate, since to graduate from its Latin root means to take a step, and commencement, of course, is to begin in the context of a new stage in your life. But for me, in this era, the term should be victory, which is not just to conquer an enemy, but also, and most relevant, to overcome obstacles. And what obstacles you have overcome. More than half of you will have graduated in 4 years at a time when the national average for public four-year institutions is at around 40%. About a quarter of you are first-generation college students. The first generation in your family to go to college. More than a third of you were entitled to receive Pell Grants. A majority of you have worked during college. And many of you are in debt. And I think that's an appropriate subject to boo. Perhaps more than you would have been if Congress, in its wisdom, had not eliminated financial aid for summer study. And all of you came to college with trepidation, one overriding fear: can I succeed? So I would argue that the words graduation and commencement don't go far enough, because long before today, you took a step and began a journey to get to this day. But today, you celebrate your victory. And whether you are a saxophonist or a sociologist, a dancer or a drummer, a political scientist or a painter, or any other permutation, you have won that victory. And some of you won multiple victories as double majors in all sorts of combinations: studio art history, cinema studies, art management, biology and dance, liberal studies and music, performing arts and history, just to name a few. And I believe that our nation will be victorious in overcoming its obstacles if we have more graduates like you. You are not the cookie-cutter college graduate. And as I said before, Purchase is not the cookie-cutter college. You are not, in the famous words of Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca, the usual suspects. Most of you came to Purchase to pursue special dreams. You wanted to cross the borders of the disciplines, passionately express ideas in writing, in art, or in performance. You wanted to expand knowledge, not just absorb it. In doing so, you created a culture which embraces individuality, defies classification and stratification, invites personal narratives to shape but not define or confine achievement. With the help of our faculty and staff, you have helped to create an environment that teaches and embraces diversity and ambiguity. While you have an understanding of the traditional constraints of class and income and identity, you do not allow those constraints to limit you. You think wide open. My challenge to you is to continue to do so. Chris Christopherson wrote the song Bobby McGee, which Janis Joplin made famous. You may be more familiar with Pink's rendition. There is a line in that song which has always intrigued me for its ambiguity. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Does it mean that you are not free unless you have nothing else? Or does it mean you have nothing else if you are not free? I thought of that line recently when reading the New York Times and saw a photo of Afghanistani citizens lined up to vote in the face of the threat of the Taliban to kill them if they did. And there was another insight in the Times the other day from a young Ukrainian citizen who, talking of leadership in that country, said, "Bad power is elected by good people who do not vote. A symbol of freedom is the right to vote. The preservation of freedom ultimately comes from exercising that right to vote." Now, thankfully, you don't live in a country where your life is threatened if you vote. But with your freedom comes a responsibility. And as Purchase graduates who think wide open, you have a special responsibility. Because of your creativity and cross-disciplinary education, you can look at opportunities and fill in the dots that others cannot even see. You can be both creative and disciplined, both technological and emotional, both expressive and convincing. You can help the world's creative thinkers not just think, but achieve and get it done. The nation needs you to do so. We don't need more cookie-cutter thinking, more fights between the right and the left. We need solutions for a world that is not only flat, as Tom Friedman called it, but also spinning out of control. Our leaders need new ideas, new compromises, new creativity, a creativity which you have. Today is your victory day, but with victory, you must embrace and accept your responsibility. And given what is going on in the world, you may have nothing left to lose if you don't exercise that responsibility. Perhaps it is odd to finish with a quote from the New York Giants football coach. But what he said about the recently drafted players could be said of you. It's about working hard, being consistent, having virtues and values that you believe in and are not willing to sacrifice for popularity. I am confident that if you fulfill your responsibilities that come with today's victory, given your think wide open creativity and interdisciplinary thinking, the world will be a much better place. Thank you, and God bless you.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York, New York.
Good afternoon. You're paying attention. My name is Jeffrey Putman, and I'm a graduate of the class of 1996, and thank you, and I'm the president of the Purchase College Alumni Association. It is now time to honor two of our distinguished alumni.
It is the tradition of the Academy to honor individuals of preeminence, influence, and service within their chosen fields through a variety of means. For example, the honorary doctorate awarded by the Board of Trustees of the State University recognizes individuals for unparalleled accomplishments and/or generous and sustained service to society. A President's Award for Distinguished Alumni marks the occasion of a mature institution and honors distinguished alumni whose demonstrated excellence and significant contributions within their chosen fields reflect on the quality of their educational experience at Purchase College. We are confident that our alumni, poised as they are for roles of major influence and contribution, will continue to emerge worthy of these awards. You will find brief descriptions of today's honorees on pages 8 through 11 in the commencement program. Dr. Putman, will you please assist me with the presentation of the President's Award for Alumni Achievements and join me at this time. The recipient of the first 2014 President's Award for Distinguished Alumni is Jody Long. Will you please join us? We are honored to present you with this citation, which reads in part, Jody Long, Distinguished Alumna, Purchase College, State University of New York. Whereas Jody Long entertained the theater audiences of Purchase College while pursuing her BFA in acting, that must have been the biology department, and continues to support the college. And whereas you came by your vocation naturally, as both your parents were entertainers, you made your stage debut on Broadway at age 7, and spent your high school and college years developing your talents as a classical dramatic actor. And whereas throughout the decades of the 80s and 90s you performed in a number of productions, both on and off Broadway, including Loose Ends, The Back High, Getting Away with Murder, and Flower Drum Song, for which you received a Los Angeles Ovation Award. And whereas you are a familiar face in film and TV, acting in a wide range of roles from Patty Hearst to All-American Girl, and in the current TBS series Sullivan and Son, where you have been celebrated for the character you play, OK Cha Sullivan, and for your intelligence, comedic delivery, and ability to communicate with your audiences. And whereas you are also a writer and producer, having written the movie Long Story Short, about your parents' careers as entertainers in the 1940s and 50s, for which you won the Los Angeles Asian Pacific Film Festival's Audience Award for Best Documentary, and Surfing DNA, a one-woman show, also nominated for an Ovation Award. And whereas you give your time generously to your industry, serving on the boards of Visual Communications, the nation's oldest Asian American media organization dedicated to fostering Asian Pacific filmmakers, the Screen Actors Guild, dedicated to increasing opportunity for women and diversity in the industry, and the Hollywood Orchid, dedicated to sustainability and community engagement through the experience of growing and sharing food. Now, therefore, do I, Thomas J. Schwartz, President, on behalf of the alumni, faculty, students, and staff of Purchase College, State University of New York, proudly recognize Jody Long, recipient of the Purchase College President's Award for Distinguished Alumni, presented on the 16th day of May, 2014.
Wow, this is such a great surprise. Thank you so much, Purchase College and Tom. You know, I was one of the 25% who was the first person in my family on both sides to graduate college. And I also worked my way through college, and my mother worked 2 jobs when I was in school to put me through Purchase. So it's amazing that I'm here, and I just want to impart to you that for me, Purchase was an experience that I still take with me every day. It has still, the people that I met are still my friends. The experiences that I had still inform me as an artist and as a person. And the thing that I've really have learned the most in the last 38 years since I graduated. I know, can you believe it? Hello. And is that no matter what, do what you love. Get rid of the naysayers who tell you can't do that. And even though there will be ups and downs in your career as you go along doing what you love, just think of it that you are a diamond that is being polished, a diamond in the rough, and you're constantly polishing your diamond so you can shine and be your best. And the last thing I'll say is that to the actors here, if you want to have a long career in this business as I have, please always wear sunscreen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. I just got my stitches removed from up here from not having worn sunscreen as a child. The recipient of the second 2014 President's Award for Distinguished Alumni is Peter Pauchik. Dr. Pauchik, will you please join us? We are honored to present you with this citation, which reads in part, Peter Pauchik, Distinguished Alumnus, Purchase College, State University of New York. Whereas Peter Pauchik graduated from Purchase College with a degree in chemistry in 1979, after which he received his MD from New York University School of Medicine. You met your wife of 30 years at the Campus Center South. And whereas you have had a successful career in clinical development at a wide range of leading pharmaceutical companies, and whereas you served as Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer at Chugai Pharma USA prior to joining Regeneron in 2006, where you currently are Senior Vice President for Clinical Development and Regulatory Affairs. And whereas you have played a key role at these companies in successfully guiding important products for cancer, eye disease, and inflammatory conditions through clinical and regulatory processes, and whereas you have had an impact on the development and commercialization of important new products that have changed the landscape for treatment of many diseases worldwide. Now, therefore, do I, Thomas J. Schwartz, President, on behalf of the alumni, faculty, students, and staff of Purchase College, State University of New York, proudly recognize Peter Pauchik, recipient of the Purchase College President's Award for Distinguished Alumni, presented on the 16th day of May, 2014. Anything or not?
I was told not to say anything at first, mostly because I tend to mumble as I wrote back. But I do want to say just a couple of things. And maybe you learned this at Purchase. I didn't realize that I learned it until years after being here. So I was in the sciences, and I married an actress. Who always wears sunscreen. And And I've worked with lots of scientists, and I've maintained friendships with lots of artists over the years, many from Purchase. The one thing I learned at Purchase that only came to realization later on was that the best scientists that I've ever worked with are really artists at heart, and the best artists that I've seen are as diligent and as skeptical as any scientist that I've ever worked with. And so I look back at the folks I knew at Purchase, and I saw it then too, I just didn't know it. Maybe you'll know it now, maybe you won't, but I think it's something that will ring true, and thank you very much for the award.
We will now proceed to the awarding of the honorary degrees. I've asked Wendy Ravitz, University Counsel, State University of New York, to assist me in conferring the degrees. Ms. Ravitz, will you join me at the podium? There you are. Our first honorary degree recipient is Amy Goodman. Would you please join us? You began your journalism career in 1985, soon after graduating from Harvard College. You immediately took a position in New York City as news director of radio station WBAI. By the 1990s, you had established your reputation as an investigative journalist, first with your reporting of the East Timor independence movement, and then with your coverage of the civil strife in Nigeria, fueled in part by the self-interest of big business. In response to your observations that much of the news was not covered by traditional media, you co-founded a program called Democracy Now!, The War and Peace Report. While it began as a daily election news program, it expanded to include global reporting of politics, foreign policy, human rights, and activism. The program began broadcasting simultaneously on radio, satellite, cable, and the internet in 2001, and currently broadcasts on over 1,200 public television and radio stations. You have received broad recognition for your articles and news reports over the past 20 years. You have written several books, including New York Times bestsellers, Standing Up to the Madness, Ordinary Heroes in Extraordinary Times, and The Silenced Majority, Stories of Uprisings, Occupations, Resistance, and Hope. You are held in the highest esteem for your contributions to the field of independent political journalism. You received the prestigious Right Livelihood Award in 2008 for developing a model of reporting that allows your readers and listeners access to the alternative voices, those people who are overlooked by mainstream media. In the great muckraking tradition, you are committed to exposing alternative viewpoints and the undisclosed parts of main stories, thus restoring a balance to news reporting essential to a true understanding of events. By honoring your career and accomplishments, we honor the relevance of a liberal arts education and its focus on effective communication in today's careers. Your role in promoting the understanding of global issues underscores the importance of advocacy and commitment, the type of engagement that the college strives to instill as a core value in its students. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to independent political journalism, your commitment to excellence in your chosen career, and your contributions to society as a spokesperson for more effective leadership and reform, Amy Goodman, by virtue of the authority vested in me the faculty of the State University of New York, concurring, I confer upon you the degree of Humane Letters honoris causa, and I invest you with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereunto. In token thereof, we present you with this diploma and direct that you be vested with the hood appropriate to your degree. Here we are. Okay.
Well, this is a tremendous honor for me to receive this honorary degree from a public institution. You know, Purchase started about the same time as public broadcasting in the United States. We must preserve and expand public broadcasting. I originally come from Pacifica Radio, which was founded in 1949 by a war resister. When he came out of the detention camps, he said, we've got to have a media outlet that's not run by corporations that profit from war, but run by journalists and artists. And that's how Pacifica was born. George Gerbner, former dean at the Annenberg School of Communications at the University of Pennsylvania, said we need media not run by corporations that have nothing to tell and everything to sell that are raising our children today. That's why public media is so important. I got a little nervous when they said I would be stowed with a hood. See, our network of Pacifica stations, the fourth of the 5 stations, KPFT in Houston, is the only one, it was born in 1970, whose transmitter was blown up by the Ku Klux Klan. So you could see why I was a little nervous, but this is a very different kind of honor. But public media, how important it is, and to be here also on the stage with the class speaker who's graduating in journalism. I see the media as a huge kitchen table that stretches across the globe, that we all sit around and debate and discuss the most important issues of the day, war and peace, life and death. And anything less than that is a disservice to the servicemen and women of this country. They can't have these debates on military bases. They rely on us and civilian society to have the discussions that lead to the decisions about whether they live or die. Anything less than that is a disservice to a democratic society. And finally, the issue of what journalists should be in this world, for those of you who are graduating as journalists, but for anyone, how important it is to be an informed citizen or non-citizen in this country. We have to fight for a free and open internet to ensure we can continue to communicate with each other. There's a reason why our profession, journalism, is the only one explicitly protected by the US Constitution, because we're supposed to be the check and balance on power. My brother, also a journalist, David, and I wrote a book called Static, and I'll just leave you with this. The reason we called it static, even in this high-tech digital age with high-definition television and digital radio, is still all the media gives us is static, that veil of distortion and lies and misrepresentations and half-truths. When what we need the media to give us is the dictionary definition of static: criticism, opposition, unwanted interference. We need a media that covers power, not covers for power. A media that is the fourth estate, not for the state. And we need a media that covers the movements that create static and make history. Democracy Now!
Our next honorary degree recipient is John Zorn. Would you please join us? Your passion for music and composing started at an early age, and you began recording music during your college years. By the 1970s, you had joined the downtown music scene of New York City and were composing and performing with musicians working in diverse musical areas, including film, concert, hardcore, and improvised music. Later, you started the bands Naked City, Painkiller, and Masada, and became known for your skillful musical compositions for documentaries, underground films, and television. The scope of your work speaks to your fluency among a wide range of styles and collaborators. You are an accomplished musician who cares about your community and invests in the future. In 1995, you founded a record label, Sadiq, for artists who find it difficult or impossible to release their music through conventional channels. You are the artistic director of The Stone, a nonprofit venue in New York City for avant-garde and experimental music where the public can hear groundbreaking works and ticket sales go directly to the musicians. Your influence is felt beyond the boundaries of New York City. You have traveled extensively to expose different styles of music to the widest range of audiences and musicians. As a result, your compositions have been performed by thousands, including Pat Metheny, Joe Lovano, Yo-Yo Ma, the New York Philharmonic, Arditi, Kronos, and Jack Quartets, the Ice Ensemble, London Sinfonietta, and Secret Chiefs 3. You have been the recipient of many awards, including in 2001, the Jewish Cultural Award in Performing Arts from the National Foundation for Jewish Culture. You were named a MacArthur Fellow in 2006. You were honored by Columbia University in recognition of your lifetime achievement as an American composer, whose works have been widely performed and generally acknowledged to be of lasting significance. As the Wall Street Journal reports, you choose a path of creative exploration rather than searching for hits or celebrity status. You have broadened the role of the artist to show what opportunities there are for meaningful success. This is vastly important for the students of Purchase College, who search for ways to apply their education in the arts. Your path to success and the recognition you have received for the past 4 decades serve to reaffirm their choices and give them confidence to pursue their dreams. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to music and musicians, your accomplishments as a composer, performer, and educator, and your indelible mark on contemporary music, John Zorn, by virtue of the authority vested in me, the faculty of the State University of New York concurring, I confer upon you the degree of Doctor of Music, honoris causa, and I invest you with all the rights and privileges pertaining thereunto. In token thereof, I present you with a diploma and direct that you be vested with the hood appropriate to your degree. Stage, I want to say one thing. You can't see this, but John is wearing a shirt that I just saw that says Zorn at the Met.
The only clean one I had this morning, please. Break if I'm not advertising myself. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing here. I'm sure there's people out there that are wondering, people that are unfamiliar with my work, and plenty of people who are familiar with my work that are really wondering what I'm doing here. But here I am. I can't think of a more appropriate institution than Purchase for me to be associated with. I have been offered this honorary Megillah before and always turned it down because, as President Schwartz said, most of the institutions, it just doesn't want to stay on. I'm sorry. Most of the institutions are cookie-cutter institutions. This is a freak scene. This is freedom. This is imagination. This is beauty. This is truth. And I want to stand up for the arts today and say that music, art, theater, the arts is the true home of truth. The media is a problem. And we need more Amy Goodmans out there to spread the truth. But in the meantime, we have art. And I want everyone to remember, music, theater, art, it's about people. It's all about people. It's not about being alone in your garret and then you come out with your score, your painting, bringing the tablets from Mount Sinai. It doesn't work that way. You have to work together. You have to work as a community. Music is love. And you should love what you do. You should love the people you're working with. And as long as you do that, as Judy said, things are going to be cool. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to introduce the 2014 senior class speaker, Victor Kudo. Victor is from Yonkers and is majoring in journalism with a minor in sociology. He has been a reporter on campus as well as off during his 4 years at Purchase and received the Peter Kelly Journalism Scholarship Award in 2013. This summer, he will be interning at Retro Report, a weekly news documentary series presented by the New York Times. Victor?
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished faculty, graduates, family, and friends. 2014 graduates, if you made it this far, congratulations on turning your senior projects in on time, guys. As a journalism major, I know a thing or two about the importance of making deadlines. And when I did my senior project, a documentary about the reinvention of Rye Playland, a veteran newspaper reporter told me that there were two things that were special about Westchester. Playland and this building, the Westchester County Center, both of them sharing rich architectural history and going through a number of revivals through the years. But today, this isn't just a part of our local history. Graduates, this is a part of our personal history too now. For the graduating class, we leave this ceremony today taking with us many fond memories of our time at Purchase. And like you've probably heard before, it's time to head out into the real world. It's that awkward moment where we go from attending a culture shock to actually participating in one. For many of us, this journey was long and demanding. And I'm so happy to say that at 27 years old, I'm finally here. My connection to Purchase College goes back a number of years, but the road that I took to end up on this stage was unconventional. As a high school student, I actually took lessons in the dance building, learning techniques like the art of stage combat or Caribbean dance. neither of which I've mastered. But regardless, it was a trip that I always look forward to. And I can remember when we had our short breaks, I would head outside and hang out by the sculptures on campus, wondering what it would be like to be a college student one day. But of course, I was just daydreaming because my dad dropped out in 11th grade in order to support himself. My mom started community college but fell short of finishing, so no one in my family had a college degree. Put plainly, I didn't always have the best grades or the strongest support system. So when I graduated high school, I followed in my father's footsteps and I began working. I got a job in retail, and after a short while, I had worked my way up to be a manager at Target, and I was making pretty good money. I became so immersed in my work that I never really gave higher education a second thought. When I turned 21, I really, really wanted change. So I put my 2-week notice in, I got some friends together, packed my bags, and I drove 3,000 miles away to California to live. And I can remember how dark it was driving through Arizona at night. No cars on the road, no limits. This was freedom, I thought. It was a fun experience, but it didn't last very long. In fact, I remember one afternoon I was standing at the counter of a Mexican restaurant in Hollywood. My friend and I were living out of a motel on Sunset Boulevard at the time. We were broke and we were hungry. And I'll never forget ordering a burrito at that counter and praying that my credit card wouldn't get declined. It didn't, and thankfully, thankfully it didn't, and we split that burrito that day into 3 meals. It wasn't that funny at the time, though. I worked hard to get into my own place in LA, and I made money being an extra, actually, on TV shows. I thought this might lead to a big break in the movies or something, but alas, I never made it further than being a courtroom spectator on a few episodes of Judge Judy. You thought you knew me from somewhere, right? 8 months later, I came back. I returned to New York mentally and financially drained. And all I knew was I needed a job and I needed to go back to school. And this time I was going to make it happen. A teacher at the community college that I went to told me about this program called Baccalaureate and Beyond. It's a program designed to help community college students transition into a 4-year university. And that's what led me back to Purchase for an intensive 5-week summer course that was a real eye-opener. And one of the professors that I had here said, you know, you seem really purchasey. You should think about coming here. Purchasey, I thought, okay. This was a word that had no place in Webster's, but sure enough, guys, it's something that all of the graduates here embody. It's deeply embedded inside our values and our creativity. It's about being in a learning environment and feeling embraced and accepted for who you are, no matter who you are, or where you've been, or what point you're at in your life. As a student here, I got to see the world through a whole new lens, and perhaps that's the best gift this school could ever give any of us. I found a renewed passion for journalism, and I found that many of my managerial skills had come in handy in the world of reporting, too. With a pen and paper in my hand, I had a reason to go out and talk to some incredible people all over campus. And some of you are here in this room. Future painters, musicians, dancers, graphic designers. I didn't forget about you guys. Fellow journalists. The list goes on and on. Thank you guys. Thank you for sharing your stories with me. Now, this is a big moment for all of us, and you may be wondering what lies ahead. Remember that it's okay if you can't always see the entire road ahead of you. I read somewhere once that it's like driving a car at night, because all you have are your headlights shining the 200 feet in front of you. And if you can see that, then you just trust that there's another 200 feet after that, and another 200 after that, and eventually you'll reach that place. And if you get there and you decide that it's not for you, then you can just turn right back around, because it's never too late to restart. In the highway of life, we don't call these mistakes, we call them detours. But it won't be easy. You may have your very own burrito lesson along the way. And they're messy, believe me. But they'll be a testament to your strength. If Purchase taught us anything, it's to move our ideas forward. Always make progress on your vision. I mean, look at the Humanities Building. We've been doing construction on that thing for years. Guys, we're in it for the long haul. Good congratulations to the graduating class of 2014. God bless and buckle up.
We love psychology. We will now proceed with the conferring of degrees. Mr. President, as Provost of Purchase College, I have the honor, on behalf of the administration, faculty, and staff, to present to you the college's 2014 degree candidates and ask with pride that you confer upon them the degrees which they have earned and to which they are entitled. I would respectfully invite Elizabeth Robertson, member of the Purchase College Council, to join you in the presentation of the degrees. The deans will introduce the chairs and directors who will welcome the candidates from their respective schools and conservatories. The names of the candidates will be read by Mary Alice Williams, Assistant Professor of Journalism, and Warren Lehrer, Professor of Art and Design. This is a very important day for our graduates. I ask that the students, faculty, staff, and family members please remain seated until all graduates' names have been read. Today, we celebrate a Purchase tradition, the passing of the brick. 4 years ago, an incoming freshman from the class of 2014 was given a brick at orientation. A symbol of Purchase and the achievement of our students, the class of 2014 brick has been safeguarded for the past 4 years. And in a little while, one of your classmates, Natalie Rojas, will hand the class of 2014 brick back to President Schwartz when she comes up to receive her diploma. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ravi Rajan, Dean of the School of the Arts.
Director of Art and Design Stephen Lamb will help welcome to the stage the degree candidates in Art and Design. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Art and Design, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Fine Arts and Bachelor of Science.
Margot Allison.
Mark Andriella.
Anthony Anzalone.
Colton Babbage.
Anthony Baker.
Kelly Barrett.
Christian Battelle.
William Beatty.
Antonio Beaver.
Joseph Blanco.
Alexandria Bouchard.
Kyle Breitenbach.
Jennifer Brent.
Lauren Britton.
Daniel Cardenas.
Corinne Marie Carpenter.
Elena Castañeda.
Brittany Clark.
Nicole Cote.
Marissa Kreider.
Matthew DeSantis.
Chelsea Dunlop.
Lindley Elmore.
Travis Faircloth.
Patrick Fennessy.
Christopher Flynn.
Melissa Foster.
Patrick Fulmer.
Adriana Georgopoulos.
Jennifer Gomes.
Daniela Gomez.
Jade Green.
Kelsey Harrison.
Ilana Korn.
Victoria Lucola.
Mary Lamb.
Rebecca Leahy.
Matthew Levine.
Marie Chilin.
Chloe Zetkov.
Allison Lundwall.
Susanna Maltby Duggan.
Kenzie Manning.
Jennifer Martinez.
Allison M. Matina.
Lauren Michelle Mazzola.
Lucia Meneses.
Gina Lynn Mishanti.
Nikhil Misra.
Bonnie Joan Mancada.
Liam Zelly Morgan.
Michael Morgan.
Nope. Kelly Murad.
Sydney Newman.
Lauren Oliver.
Stanley Ortega.
Theodore Auerwick.
Or something.
You gotta give me the card.
Claire Pagano.
Adam Pavlov.
Melissa Palicia.
Bettina Perez.
Catherine Perez.
Hey. Rachel Allison Pekarski.
Kristen N. Roccanello.
Emily Rosenblatt.
Diogo Salas.
Julian Sasson.
Rachel Shaming.
Declan Sleeper.
Jake Evan Smyslov.
Kimberly Smith.
Molly Elizabeth Sweeney.
Marcella Schwartz.
Rebecca Timman.
Anissa Tinsley Artis.
Bethany Ulrich.
Carlos Valdovinos.
Rebecca Wall.
Christian Weeks.
Kevin White.
Emily Wagner.
Stephanie Wolfson.
Kelly Woodworth.
Madeline Yee.
Emily Brown.
Kadira Farrington.
Oops, sorry. Allison Fisher.
Melissa Green.
Stefan Taki.
Stephanie Haviland.
Nina Lucy Marin.
Chloe Patterson.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Art and Design again, I now have the honor to present the candidates for the degree Master of Fine Arts.
Christina Healy.
Jawan Lee.
Elizabeth Mayer.
Julia Norton.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Arts Management, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree Bachelor of Arts.
Arista Agramonte Hines.
Christopher Alberti.
Nomdi C. Anuforo.
Nicholas Avila.
Stephen Barakat.
Michael Beckett.
Valerie Bell.
Alexandra Belink.
Zoe Simone Berger.
Christina Bermudez.
Cameron Bach.
Jeanette Borzon.
Sabrina Cedeno.
Raymond Chalmey.
Alessandra Zihuntress Kile.
Janelle Crisson.
Michael Anthony Cronin.
Anthony D'Angelo.
O'Neill David.
Michelle Davis.
Nikki Marie DeLuca.
Gina Decio.
Alexis Christine Montanez.
Karish Lashonda Drayton.
Astrid Nare Torres.
Riley Fields.
Devon Espel.
Desiree Freeman.
Laura Germain.
Carrie Gibbons.
Miriam Goldstone.
Peter Donald Gramlich.
Cara Gulata.
Hannah Harris.
Gabrielle Hilaire. Excuse me.
Tim Holloway.
Louisa Holtzman.
Bryant Jock.
Julianne Lecare.
Shamar Lowe.
Trevor Mackey.
Tamara Mark.
Sabrina Marsalisi.
Anna Moreno Boschetti.
Alyssa Austin Morell.
Minsuk Nam.
Russell O'Leary.
Melissa Pellerano.
Dominique Perrine.
Shantae Richardson.
Julia Padpora.
Solinda Rodriguez.
Elizabeth Rowland.
Shakara Sampson.
Brielle Elizabeth Schiavone.
James Schweitzer.
Lecole Thomas.
Corbin Thompson.
Lily Filoramo Thrall.
Lindsay Vanderhoff.
Catherine Nicole Velez.
Catherine Wilson.
Colin Yost.
Marie Young.
Rebecca Allen.
Raven Blue.
Kristen Brewer. A little more time. Okay.
Just wanted you to know the last few were dancers. They missed their cue. Director of Dance Wally Wolfgruber will help welcome the rest of the candidates to this, for the degree in dance. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Dance, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree Bachelor of Fine Arts.
Evelyn Chen.
Michaela Ellingson.
Zachary Enquist.
Sarah Ford.
Isamar Perez.
Michelle Giordinelli.
Richard Heyman.
Thomas House.
Morgan Hurst.
Jean-Pierre Lemire.
Gwyneth McKenzie.
Tyler Schnazy.
Bree Nasby.
Ryan Matthew Pless.
James Simonson.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Dance, I now have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Fine Arts.
Allison B. Seidenstricker.
Jocelyn Elaine Isaac.
Jia Hua. What was that? Oh, not a fight, not a fight.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Suzanne Kessler, Dean of the School of Liberal Arts and Sciences.
I'm mentioning psychology. Chair of Film and Media Studies, Michelle Stewart, will help welcome to the stage the degree candidates in Film and Media Studies. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Film and Media Studies, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Fine Arts and Bachelor of Arts.
Heather Barcelo.
Victoria DeMartin.
Catherine Iacona.
Chris Murphy.
Jovan Outlaw.
Robin Richardson.
Marie Iridia.
Alan Wirtz.
Gina Amico.
Philip Ashby.
Cassidy Barr.
Tara Bayat.
Brittany Bennett.
Helena Jaramillo Borbor.
Tess Bradley Jones.
Ken Azaro. Peter Canizaro. Peter Canizaro.
Vincent Castro Giovanni.
Ian Cumming.
Michelle Daboul.
Sabrina D'Agostino.
Alexis Diaz.
Anthony DiFrancesco.
Alexa Espinal.
Bianca Jamalette Fernandez.
Christian Ferry.
Joshi Fishbein.
Jacob Fisher.
Francesca Fortunato.
Catherine Jean Fosella.
Devin Friedland.
Brian Garcia.
Derek Gaskill.
Alexander Guzman. Or Guzman.
Dylan Green.
Emily Gregoric.
Claudia Gerga.
Devon James Boba Fett Isaacson.
Shaquetta Jackson.
Stephanie LeBlanc.
Luke Juntanen.
Alfred Justum.
Michael Kastner.
Alexander Kellogg.
Jason Lima.
Gabrielle Lipner.
Kenji Mason.
Michael Massey.
Daniel McCauley.
Logan McDonald.
Carolina Mello.
Ava Munsky.
Tanner A. Peachin.
Brittany Petrillo.
Sean Henry Pasila.
Caitlin Power.
Jennifer A. Quintanilla.
Amelia Rice.
Justin Rothel.
Rebecca Rojak.
Reynaldo Romero.
Justin Rosen.
Andrew Russell.
Jonathan Saka.
Chanel Samuels.
Erica Nicole Santiago.
Jake Sardos.
Elena Savanetti.
Ryan Schackenberg.
Jacqueline Sheehan.
Tara Sims.
Yasmin Skinner.
Christian Sullivan.
Robert Timms.
Michael Townsend.
Nicole Turcio.
Sarah Venti.
Quentin Vidal.
Connor Wilson.
Samuel Woodruff.
Alexander Gage Zamora.
Chair of Humanities, Ross Daly, will help welcome to the stage the degree candidates in humanities. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Humanities, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts.
Armin Abrimian.
Aisha Al-Nashash.
Dale Austin.
Hannah Babcock.
Jeremy Barton.
Cara M. Balucci.
Natalia Bernardo.
Antoinette Burns.
Samantha Blazone.
Robert Blount.
Adrian Bonilla.
David Bradley.
Lauren Britton.
Kayla Brundage.
Ellen Borey.
Maria Selena Bino. Mariah Selena Bino.
Douglas Capraro.
Jacob J. Carnabucci.
Georgine Grace Castillo.
Milena Sarita Cardenas.
Jackson Chen.
Hulima Clark.
Sydney Cohen.
Jacqueline Kalilo.
Chelsea Paige Cowett.
Jasmine Crawford.
Peter Cibula.
Morgan Davis.
Kaylin Dater.
Amanda Di Natale.
Christopher DeRosa.
Francis J. DiFiore.
Alexa Dillenbeck.
Caitlin Dooley.
Samantha Eves.
Hannah Edney.
Sarah Ellis.
Victoria Faye Fornan.
Sarah Ann Ficken.
Patrick Fletcher.
Cody Formisano.
Sarah Fox.
Olivia Galvez.
Edward Gasperi.
Molly Gotch.
Cody Goldstein.
Stephanie Bartolome.
Shaishka Gonzalez.
Jordan Griffin.
Ursan Bidramoski.
David Grimaldi.
Daniel Grzyonko.
Gabrielle Annabella Hadley.
Gabriella Hosney.
Anne Hong.
Victor Kuto.
Hans Husick.
Katie Johnson.
Alasia Jordan.
Beatrice Kissy Frimpong.
Ross Ian Kitay.
Colin Leonard.
Felicia Rose Limada.
Marco LaFaro.
Marie London.
Jonathan Lowe.
Regina Patrice Lynch.
Frank Maldonado.
Leora Mandel.
Alexandra Manning.
Nicole Maureen Utzler.
Samuel Robert McCausland.
Essence McClanahan.
Melissa McDoyle.
We made it! Kelly McFarland.
Dimitri McKetney.
Gina Minjone.
Laura Meltzer.
Charles McNamara.
Noel Moore.
Daly Murray.
James Nash.
Andre Dre Nixon.
Tina O'Sullivan.
Juliet Rain Pagone.
Martin Paluche. Shy.
Barbara Paulus.
Elise Pellegrino.
James Pirro.
Alexi Perzow.
Norma Jean Ilana Fouch.
Michael Piazza.
Anna Rose Picagli.
Daniel Poorman.
Joshua Portman.
Margaret Potts.
Juan Prondo.
Jessica Pernick.
Chelsea Quinn.
Kevin Redding.
Michael Relusco.
Angelica Lynn Rivera.
Ethan Roberts.
Matthew Robertson.
Julia Robinson.
Daniel Roos.
Rachel Melissa Rosenberg.
Lindsay Ruzzi.
Ashley Sabino.
Kathleen Scully.
Rachel Severinovsky.
Ayana Sins.
Laura Virginia Sims.
Bridget Slattery.
Hannah Sparagon.
Michael Steck.
Elana Oviedo Suazo.
Clarissa Jen Lim.
Alina Siriel.
Robert Turner.
Tin Udovicic.
Emma Tringali.
Daisuke van der Lande.
Haley Van Duzen.
Lucas Vaz.
Allison Velati.
Matthew Velasquez.
Loriana Yaport.
Kristen N. Yacanello.
Daniela Gomez.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Humanities, I now have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Arts.
Andrew Busas.
Logan David Hanley.
Maureen Teresa McLaughlin.
Elizabeth Pinzarenko.
Executive Director of the School of Liberal Studies and Continuing Education, Danielle DeGusto, will help welcome to the stage the degree candidates in liberal studies.
Mr. President, on behalf of the faculty of the School of Liberal Studies and Continuing Education, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts.
Udelka Vasquez.
Evis Amoros.
Matthew Basis.
George Burns.
Christian Michael Betke.
Andrea Blaine.
Kevin Brady.
Shanna Rhymes. I'm Shanna Brown.
Shatil Brown.
Zoe Brown.
Trevor Buchanan.
Jessica Malira Bullock.
Bryant Busby.
Sophia Anastasia Kadashon.
Jonathan Campazano.
Julio Canello.
Stacy Caserta.
Catherine Cantanzaro.
Anna Chakalishvili.
Pacholo Chavez.
Stephanie Chavez.
Katie Chi.
Justin DeFreitas.
Evan Didrikson Johnson.
Travis Dixon.
Peter Duffy.
Alan Forbes.
Leah Ganicelli.
Okay. Gisela Margot Galvez Milan.
Monica Garcia.
Stephen Gessing.
Deirdre Allison Harris.
Stephen Hazlett.
Michelle Henderson.
Jared Holland.
Claudine Housen.
Sadie Isaacs.
Sydney Jenkins Hall.
Trisha Jennings.
Galen Johnson.
Rachel Caddison.
Rebecca Kogan.
Rachel Croft.
Oksana Kruchik.
Rose Lee.
Christopher Leonard.
Louise Linares.
Silvana Diane Lombardo.
Charlie Elizabeth London.
Lily Lopez.
Vincent Lovallo.
Gabrielle Ann Lucchese. Gabrielle Ann Lucchese.
Anna Lugo.
Evan Marquez.
Melissa Martini.
Michelle Matarazzo.
Anna McBride.
Kathleen McCann.
Mary Rose McGinnis.
Andrew Milanese.
Deborah Moore.
Molly Moran.
Kayleen M. Morgan.
Beth Ann Murphy.
Dana Naglieri.
Anekwe S. Noel.
Patrick O'Connor.
Fanny Pacheco.
Rebecca Pascarelli.
Pedro Perez.
Jeremy Polliner.
Denise Qualieta.
Irene F. Quill.
Jonathan Rahab.
Michaela Rame.
Alessandro Rossi.
Ashley Roth.
Yaritza Santana.
Gerard Danielle Santiago.
Michael Sarney.
Giada Anna Cynthia Scottalero.
Marquez Scott.
Shandon Sethi.
Khadijah Johari Brockington.
Jasmine Yvette Sierra.
Hector Sosa.
Lindsay Steinberg.
Carrie Subin.
Jaslyn Suma.
Eric Swanson.
Anthony Thompson.
Dorissa Vasquez.
Randall B. Verdiflor.
Shane Ward.
Luke Weber.
Sherry Wicks.
William Williams.
Catherine Maya Wood.
Aaliyah Kiani Worthy.
Thomas Wysocki.
Deanna Unis.
Ian Taylor.
Director of Music, Graham Ashton, will help welcome to the stage the candidates in music. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Music, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Music.
Liam Alves.
August Berger.
Christopher Bill.
Anna Birnbaum.
Garrett Bodley.
Corridon Brent.
Jerome Burns.
Kayla Cochetta.
Robin Clifford.
Zachary Cohen.
Dan Cohn.
Sean Conway.
Alexander Cote.
John Cummings.
Jonathan Escure.
Melissa Ferbota.
Andrew Fry.
Jacob Garbus.
Chelsea Ann Dakota Gettner.
Andre Grotto.
John Gutowski.
Edward Wellington Hardy the First.
Karen Hida.
Lily Holgate.
Sinan Ishik.
Gregory Jung.
Lorenzo Klein.
Christopher Krasnow.
Andrew Lacoche.
Joseph Lysing.
Patrick Linehan.
Richard Liverano.
Kian McCarthy.
Gianluca Minucci.
Clinton Mobley.
Madeline Mondrala.
Kathleen Moselle.
Adrienne Munden Dixon.
Sasha Mitsuko Ono.
Nicholas Palmieri.
Andrew Pinto.
William Prinzi.
Matthew Pouchard.
Derek Rusinek.
Aaron Sieber.
Kevin Schmidt.
Rebecca Small.
Zachary Slaughter.
John Sweeney.
Scott Tamucci.
Noel Tannen.
Farron Tilson.
Angelina Toriano.
Dean McKean Torrey.
Nicholas Verzi.
Courtney Wagoner.
Rachel Weissoff.
Ava Wing.
Sarah Wolf.
Samuel Wong.
Joseph Elon Yonkers.
Alexander Zimmer.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Music, I now have the honor to present the candidates for the degrees Master of Music, the Artist Diploma, and the Performance Certificate.
Noah Barker.
Hyun Hee Ji.
Sana Kadura.
Jung Sun Lee.
Dana or Dana? Dana Mancuso.
Jamie Lee Page.
Kyuyun Park.
Terrence Edward Thornhill.
Benjamin Winkleman.
Kazuki Yamanaka.
Kimberly Spagnola.
Chair of Natural and Social Sciences, Ronnie Halpern, will help welcome to the stage the degree candidates in Natural and Social Sciences. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Natural and Social Sciences, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Science.
Afnan Ahmad.
Pamela Alexandri.
Allison Angelo.
Jisha Azakat.
Bogumela Bakil.
Christopher Beckett.
Bean. Grace Marjorie Bean.
Jabari Bishop.
Danielle Buffy.
Brittany Ballenbach.
Melanie Bonilla.
Blaise Lawrence Bourgeois.
Molly Brown.
Scott Brown.
Jose Buitrago.
Jamie Caicedo.
Juliana Campos.
Michelle Altman.
Jessica Dawn Carlisi.
Taylor Carpenito.
Chloe Caruso Sosa.
Alberto Casadeval.
Brandon Rutledge Ciosi.
Gregory Cordera.
Samuel Leatherboy Lieberman.
Reiko Simona Presky.
Matthew Kalura.
Rowan Crowley.
Thomas DiCarlo.
Michael Delavalli.
Morgan Elizabeth Astor Dunraj.
Alimatu Dittman.
Sarah Dowdell.
Elizabeth Ashley Dumont.
Molly Gotch. No. Then.
Ronald Echevarria.
Kristen Lee Eschrick.
Roberto Estabridis.
Nasher Fabregas.
Byron Fideli.
Kiani Fernandez.
Kathleen Fitzpatrick.
Edward Forker.
Leanna Christine Frazier.
Molly Freeman.
Matthew E. Galvez.
Penelope Gare.
Carlos Guerrena.
Aaron Giddens.
Michael Goldstein.
Natasha Gomez.
Samantha Grant.
Imram Baksh.
Elizabeth Guadalupe.
Charlotte Marie Harris.
David Michael Houghton.
Gabrielle Heller.
Brian. Post it, quick. Brian Thomas Herbst.
Justin Huffaker.
Gabriella Ibakachi.
Sabrina Catherine Islam.
Spencer Jackson.
Matthew O. Crever.
Alexander Scott Lalone.
Daniel Landworth.
Christine Leo.
Oscar Leone.
Taylor Lewinson.
Kamara Lewis.
Agnes Lim.
Shamar Lowe.
Chingmao Lin.
Jonathan Lowe.
Nicole Maffei.
Malika Mandayan.
Alexandra Manning.
Karen Manning.
Nancy Massey.
Angelica Medrano.
Samir Mekrami.
Irina Michaels.
Daniel Moalam.
Angelica Munoz.
Lily Murray.
Henry Myers.
Crystal Narain.
Lindsay Nava.
Danya Navarro.
Daniel Newman.
Samantha Nicolini.
Brianna Elise Nunez.
Corinne Nyamengo.
Cynthia Nwabwobi.
Gabrielle Roma Sankar.
Tara Kathleen Hayes.
Chelsea Perez.
Jessica Passman.
Leslie Pearson Jr.
Adam Piatek.
Stacy Raddick.
Vincent Rao.
Mark Renchner Kelly.
Regine Revelosa.
Kimberly Rosario.
Natalie Rosas.
Alyssa Sadie Rose.
Alyssa Sagona.
Christina Sanderson.
Nina Alyssa Santiago.
Sana Siddiqui.
Kelsey Simmons.
Laura Virginia Sims.
Rachel Skelly.
Alexander Skokos.
Michael Scholar.
Britannia Smead.
Eric Smith.
Devin Lee Spencer.
William Rendell.
Abigail Lane.
Mary Kent.
Molly Spitz.
Andres Justiano Waterston.
Lauren Stillwell.
Danielle Stram.
Molly Ann Tesler.
Sydney Cohen.
Julia Testa.
Alexis Trainer.
Kayla Vaccaro.
Kayla Tamney.
Mark Valensky.
Franco Villard.
Demi Athena Vera.
Camille Villamacci.
Josephine Virgentino.
Helena Oviedo Suazo.
Kristen Vogel.
Scott Weinberg.
Christine Johanna Withers.
Jessica Williams.
Kimbry M. Silas.
AJ Zerpoli.
Frank D. Chirico.
Rory Kyle.
Daphne Ronaldine Nazan.
Lacey Rochester.
Michael Sirotis.
Erica Slavin.
Imani Steele.
Catherine M. Torito.
Sarah Clapp.
Brianna V. White.
Director. Almost done. Director of Theater Arts, Greg Taylor, will help welcome to the stage the degree candidates in Theater Arts. Mr. President, on behalf of the Faculty of Theater Arts, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degrees Bachelor of Fine Arts and Bachelor of Arts.
Reverend Dr. Brendan Cook.
Paige Gilbert.
Kevis Hillocks, Master
Kevis Hillocks.
Julia Johnston.
Sir Delano Montgomery.
Alika Piper.
Bhavani Selvaraja.
Emily K. Sigrist.
Kyrie Walker.
Sophia Zukowski.
Risa Ando.
Nathan Avakian.
Captain Garrett Ball.
Maria May Bernal.
Andrew James Borrego. There we go.
Hyong Peter Chang.
Catherine Clark.
Kyle Ferguson.
Zoe Sean Gorange.
Rebecca Kate Gould.
Lily Guerin.
James Hickey Jr.
Laura Pano.
Andrea Potsko.
Meg Powers.
Natalie Price.
Emily Rodriguez.
David Alejandro Smith.
Corey Stoutenberg.
Jessica Wasserloff.
Alexander Wittenberg.
Camilla Abella.
Jordan Adler.
Thomas Aponte.
Cassandra Armstrong.
Alexandra Josette Baldwin.
Caitlin Marie Bestenheider.
Joseph Boyce.
Kevon Kareem Bruce.
Gabriel Di Verona.
Duffy. Tara Duffy.
Stephanie Marie Gaudinet.
Jessica Going.
Nicholas Dylan Guastella.
Angela Marie Guzman.
Sarah Guzman.
David Jean Lewis.
Andrew Jones.
Amina Kearney.
Daniel Koch.
Megan Maloney.
Matthew Marino.
Allegra Mattel.
Laura Meltzer.
Lilith Ann Messidor.
Julia Mayan.
Anthony Mita.
Megan M. Morales Correa.
Norris. Mariah Norris Ormsby.
Daniela Ortiz.
Ileana Paris.
Julia Portela.
Michelle Quintero Williams.
Victoria Santos.
Jonathan Daniel Shank.
Christopher Smith.
Nicholas Viano.
Arden Wynant.
Jordan Zangrillo.
And Lee Colley.
Will the degree candidates now please stand? Mr. President, you have here assembled before you the Purchase College degree candidates of 2014. On behalf of the administration, faculty, and staff of the college, I ask at this time you confer upon them their degrees.
You want to all hear this. Upon the authority vested in me by the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees of the State University of New York, not yet, I now hereby confer upon you the degrees which you have earned and to which you are entitled. Congratulations, you are now Purchase College graduates and alumni.
Here I stand. first I was afraid. I was petrified. Let me hear ya. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But I spent oh so many nights just thinking how you did me wrong. And I grew strong, and I learned how to carry on. And so you're back from outer space. I just walked in while you're here, but I said, look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid life. I should have made you leave your key. Not an open just 1 second. You be back to bother me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. 'Cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? They got crumbled. They got laid out and down. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live. I've got all my love to give, and I survive. I will survive. Hey. It's a cold strength I had, not another part. Kept trying hard to mend up pieces of my broken heart. And I spent oh so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, not now. Now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'll have that chain up to the purse instead of loving you. And so you felt like jumping in and just expect me to be free. Now I'm saving all my loving for some waters up in me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Don't turn around now. 'Cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Did you think I'd grumble? Rumble. Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh, no, no, no. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I got all my life to live. I've got all my life to live. I'll survive. I will survive. I will survive. Hey. Now you better dance your way out. You didn't dance your way in, but we're dancing out now. Let's go! Woo-hoo! Baby, babe, let's get together. Honey, hush, me and you, and do the things that we like to do. Yeah. Dance, make a little love, get down tonight, get down tonight. Do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight, get down tonight. Baby, babe, I'll meet you. Woo! Same place, same time. Where we get together. And please, I'm mine. Oh, do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight, get down tonight. Do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight, get down tonight. Woo! Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Oh, you can do it very well. You're the best in the world, I can tell. Oh, shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. You can do it very well. Ah, you're the best in the world, I can tell. Come on, you know it. Oh, shake, shake, shake your booty, shake your booty. Oh, shake, 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 shake. Shake your booty, booty, booty.